We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for June 26th. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:04 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31830 dismissed. Case number 31831 dismissed. Case number 31834 dismissed. Case number 31767 continued. Case number 31478 continued. Case number 31300 continued. Case number 31301 continued. Case number 31840 dismissed. Case number 31841 dismissed. Case number 31842 continued. Case number 31843 dismissed. Case number 31844 continued. Case number 31845 dismissed. Case number 31847 continued. Case number 31790 continued. Case number 31791 continued. Case number 31792 continued. Case number 31854 dismissed. Case number 31871 continued. Case number 31674 dismissed. Case number 31768 dismissed. Case number 31769 dismissed. Case number 31682 continued. Case number 31676 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 6 with case number 31846 and goes through case number 31682 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 31829. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order amending the field rules for the Rossbach and Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. 2. Create and establish an overlapping 2240 acre spacing unit comprised of all of section 1, the east half of section 2, and all of sections 12 and 13, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2240 acre spacing unit. And 3. Create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, and or such further relief. I will note that this case is on the docket due to a publication error, and the record will remain open in this case for an additional 30 days. All Mr. Parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this matter on behalf of Hunt Oil Company, and we'll have 3 witnesses in this matter.
Ms. Cherry.
Yes,
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Chelsea, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Chelsea Cherry,
And Chelsea, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil,
In what capacity?
Senior Staff Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimonies of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Chelsea, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case 31829 And what I would like you to do is skip the cover page, go to Exhibit 1. I'd like you to identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 1 is a regional location map showing the Ross Field located in Montreal County.
Okay, and Exhibit 2, once again, identify and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, Exhibit 2 has our current working interest in the current units as well as our working interest in proposed units. We have 62% in the proposed 2240, which is consisting of the east half of Section 2, Section 1, Section 12, and Section 13 of 15690. We have 47% working interest in the proposed 1920, and that is consisting of Section 6, 7, and 18 of 156 North, 89 West. And we have 55% in the 3840, consisting of the east half of 2, Section 1, 12, 13, Section 6, 7, and 18.
Okay, and in the proposed spacing unit where Hunt owns less than a majority interest, will Hunt have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we will, and Section 6, for the most part, appears to be unleased at this time.
So Hunt may acquire a majority interest after acquiring some leases in that section, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're going to actively pursue leases in that section?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Ms. Watkins,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathleen, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kathleen Watkins,
And Kathleen, by whom are you employed?
an oil company.
What capacity?
As a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kathleen, let's go to Exhibit 3. As Chelsea did, identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation. The type log for Ross Field is highlighted in red. Middle Bakken laterals are highlighted in blue. Three Forks laterals are highlighted in red. The proposed 1920 unit is highlighted in brown. The proposed 2240 acre unit is highlighted in green. And the proposed 3840 acre unit is highlighted in blue.
Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a type log for Ross Field. In Track 1 is the gamma ray. Track 2 are porosity logs. And Track 3 are resistivity logs. The Ross Bakken Pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. The top of the Bakken Formation is highlighted in red. The top of the Three Forks Formation is also highlighted in red. And the Middle Bakken Reservoir is highlighted in yellow.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Worth,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, state your name for the record, please.
Emily Worth,
And Emily, by whom are you employed?
an oil company,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Emily, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 5. What I would like you to do is identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the overlapping spacing unit. The existing HRC wells are highlighted in black.
the existing wells that are non-HOC are highlighted in gray. The existing acre units are highlighted in yellow, green, and gray. The proposed 1920 acre spacing unit is highlighted in a dashed red line. The proposed 2240 acre unit is highlighted in a dashed green line. And the proposed 3840 unit is highlighted in a dashed blue line. And the proposed wells are highlighted in red and yellow.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is a typical Bakken wellbore schematic for a horizontal well, showing a 4.5-inch cemented liner and approximately 150-foot frac stages.
Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is the estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for a proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, showing an EUR of 528,000 barrels and a PV10 of $5.2 million. These are run with an average well with a working interest 100% and 80% NRI, and realized pricing of $65 oil and $2.50 gas.
And Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Emily, with the 2240 that you're proposing, the single well that you have going into that eastern half of Section 2 that's being included, is it Hunt's anticipation, I guess, that that one additional well, along with the diagonal well that's drilled across that spacing unit, will be sufficient to drain the east half of 2?
Yes, where we're able to access.
You want to elaborate that again, or elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, so topography can be a little bit difficult in this area, and we think the 15,000 footers are the most efficient way to drill this unit. And so being restricted by how much curve we can put in each lateral, that's what we can put into that east half of Section 2. And we've also seen black bumps in existing wells that are next to infill drilling, so we would expect that that well should be able to get a little bit more out of that section as well due to the frac hit bump.
Do you think the existing well will be uplifted from the stimulations on the new wells being proposed?
I do believe it will, if it tracks with the rest of the wells that we've drilled and offset performance from existing wells.
When you drill across that existing well with the other 2 laterals in Section 1, what are your plans there?
We're still looking into that, whether or not we would skip stages or frac through. We've seen data that supports both arguments. With this well being paced, it's less of a concern than if it was open hole, but that's still being figured out.
But you do intend to leave all the existing wells on production?
We do.
I guess similar question for the Section 6 in the 1920 then. You end up with effectively 2 laterals down the middle, well, down the quarter section lines maybe, and 1 on each end. Do you think you're going to adequately drain the center of Section 6?
I think we should be able to, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, on Exhibit 5, where are your planned or proposed surface locations?
They're on the south side of 13 and the south side of Section 18.
So can you be any more specific or not?
Yes, we're looking at pretty much the center of Section 13 on that south edge right there. And we're still figuring out the exact location for 18, but we may be drilling wells off of, we may be expanding that original pad or drilling the wells from maybe the center as well. We would need to verify with the topography though.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31829. Case number 31830, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an approximate 3150-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed approximate 3150-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31830. Case number 31831, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcabo Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish 6 1920-acre space units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 3, 10, and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 5, 8, and 17, sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorize the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31831. Case number 31832, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31832 on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses.
Ms. Schuster,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Allie, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Hallie Schuster,
And Allie, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources,
In what capacity?
as a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission on previous occasions?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Allie, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31832. Let's skip the cover page and go to L1. Please identify L1 and tell us what's contained on that exhibit.
Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map showing the area where this 1920 spacing unit is located. It's just north of the Williams Divide County line.
Okay, and L2?
L2 is a location map showing the location of the proposed 1920 spacing unit in sections 4, 9, and 16 of 160-103.
Okay, and L3?
L3 is an ownership map showing our working interest in the current 1920 at 68.75% in the proposed 1920. There is an existing 1280 underlying in sections 4, 9,
4 and 9. Coda's working interest in that 1280 is 84.34% working interest. The underlying 1280 in sections 16 and 21 was vacated when Coda proposed and spaced the 1920 located in section 21, 28, and 33 directly to the south.
Okay, you probably heard some noise in the background. That was my phone, and I lost my train of thought here. Have you identified what Coda owns in the 1920? What percentage of
Yes,
ownership?
sir. 68.75%.
Okay, thank you. Apologize, I had to ask that question. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Pfeiffer,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, Catherine, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Catherine Pfeiffer,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Catherine, let's go to G1. I'd like you to identify Exhibit G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
So G1 is a structure map in subsea PVD. It's on the middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. Contour interval is 50 feet, and it's showing as you move to the south-southeast, you are becoming deeper, and then at the north-northwest, you're becoming shallower. And then we're also just annotating the 1920 and the 1280 that I was speaking about on the previous exhibit. And then the cross-section on the next exhibit is shown A to A prime, south to north.
Okay, let's go to G2.
G2 is a quad combo cross-section, just showing type logs across the area. Again, from A to A prime, we're showing the lower portion of the lodgepole down to the bird bear, and we're targeting the middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Hasey?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hasey. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Michael, state your full name for the record, please.
Michael Honty,
And Michael, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources,
In what capacity?
as a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission on previous occasions?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Michael, is to briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Absolutely. I've been working in oil and gas for 6 years now. The last 5 of these years as a reservoir engineer. I have a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering from the University of Houston. I've been employed by Coda for the last 3 years.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning today's requests?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision certain exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Michael, let's turn to the first engineering exhibit, E1. And what I would like you to do is identify exhibit E1 and then briefly discuss the importance of the exhibit with respect to the application.
Absolutely. Exhibit E1 is a proposed 1920 acre spacing unit containing sections 4, 9, and 16. You can see in the red dashed box outlining the spacing unit itself, covering those 3 sections. The dashed blue lines are the 5 proposed wells, and the blue square at the southern edge of section 16 is the pad.
All right, I'm going to jump around a little bit in the exhibits. So let's go to E4 next. Can you tell me what E4 is?
E4 is our Middle Bakken type well diagram showing our 3-mile lateral wellbore design and the proposed 100th plan stages.
Okay. Now let's go back to E2.
E2 shows our reservoir parameters, fluid properties, our 42 API oil, our Middle Bakken geologic parameters, and at the bottom you will see the Bakken volumetric showing our single well EUR of roughly 540 MBO or 36 barrels per foot, and a recovery factor of roughly 14%.
And you're showing reservoir properties both for the Middle Bakken and the Upper Three Forks, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are both of these reservoirs targets for your proposed wells?
No,
Okay, which, is it the Middle Bakken?
just the Middle Bakken.
Okay. All right, let's go to E3. Tell me what E3 is.
On Exhibit E3, you will see our Middle Bakken economics, our initial flow rates, and curve design. At the bottom, you'll see our gross economics at $70 a barrel, 30 cents a MCF, our general costs and variable and fixed OPEX. And with this design, you'll see an estimated payout of around 14 months.
Okay, and Exhibit E5, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission
Yes, sir.
typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, Michael, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Lawrence, I believe there was an E4 in the packet.
Oh, did I miss one?
You went through it earlier.
I missed it then. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Michael, on Exhibit E3, you represent a 30-cent gas price. Can you tell me about how you guys derived that price?
The 30-cent gas price is based off of our contract with our gathering companies.
Can you tell me when you plan to spud this particular pad?
Within the next year.
And is the pad a new build pad?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31832. We will now jump ahead to case number 31673 in the supplement. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish two approximate 2,800 acre spacing units comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, and sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31673, on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC. We'll have the same three witnesses in this case as in the previous matter.
And just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Ally, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 31673. Let's go to L1. Can you tell me what exhibit L1 is?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is the regional locator map showing the general area of the subject 2,800 acre spacing unit just north of the Divide Williams County line.
And L2.
L2, so the proposed 2,800 acre spacing unit outlined in red. It also shows the underlying 1280 DSUs that were statewide spaced in sections 5, 8, 17, 20, 29, and 32.
Okay, and L3.
Exhibit L3 is a zoomed-in picture of the north 2,800 acre spacing unit. We are spacing in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18. CODA's working interest in the existing 1280 in sections 5 and 8 is 97.5%. CODA's working interest in the 1280 in sections 17 and 20 is 98.2% working interest. And CODA's interest in the proposed 2,800 acre spacing unit is 88.5%.
And L4.
It's a zoomed-in picture of the 2,800 acre spacing unit to the south in sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32 of 16103. Again, CODA's working interest in the existing 1280 in sections 17 and 20 is 98.2%, and CODA's working interest in the existing 1280 in sections 17 and 20 is 82.26% working interest, and our current working interest in the proposed 2,800 acre spacing unit is 82.71%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Catherine, let's go to Exhibit G1. Tell us what G1 is.
The G1 is a structure map on the Middle Bakken member. I actually just realized the contours don't seem to be showing on the exhibit, so I will resubmit that as supplemental. But it basically was showing the same trend as the previous case, where you are getting deeper to the south, southeast, and then shallower to the north, northwest. And also outline the spacing that we're asking for, as well as the cross-section from A to A prime on the next exhibit.
Okay, let's go to G2.
G2 is going to be a quad combo, just showing two type section logs for the area from A to A prime, so it's south to north, and we're showing the lower log pull down to the bird there, and we're targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Michael, let's go to E1.
E1 is the proposed 2,800 acre spacing unit spanning over the sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18. In this diagram, you'll see the spacing unit outlined in red, the 5 wells by the blue dash line, and 2 proposed pad locations in the blue squares on the southern edges of sections 18 and 17.
E2.
E2 is the proposed 2,800 acre spacing unit for sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32. We have those same 2 pads shown as on the previous exhibit, and the 5 wells going south in the blue dash line, and the proposed unit in the red dash box.
E5.
E5 is our standard Middle Bakken well diagram, and once again showing the proposed 100 stages.
Okay, and then we go back to E3. Tell us what E3 is.
E3 is our reservoir parameters, showing our 42 API oil gravity, our Middle Bakken and Upper Three Forks reservoir properties, and the pool volumetric, showing our recovery factor, oil in place.
Okay, and once again, is the sole target zone the Middle Bakken?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go to E4.
E4 is our Middle Bakken economics, showing our initial rate, flat period, the curve design, and our gross economics at $70 a barrel of oil, 30 cents an MCF, showing a EUR of roughly 540 MBO and a payout of an estimated 14 months.
And E6, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I believe so.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits that were testified to by the various witnesses.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Michael, looking at your E1, and I suppose E2 at the same time, you're proposing a total of 5 wells across the spacing unit. In the case immediately prior to this, and the lands immediately to the east of this, you had 5 wells across, the 1 mile wide 1920 spacing unit. And now we're adding a half mile, and we're still only putting 5 wells across it. What's the reason for the density change?
We plan to submit a future submission increasing the density to 7 wells so that it would be proportional to previous designs.
Yeah, so what is your, idealized interwell distance then?
Roughly 1,000 feet, sir.
So you would anticipate coming back to the commission and adding additional wells to that spacing unit then? Or both
Yes,
of
sir.
these? Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31673. Moving back to the main docket, case number 31833. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the St. Demetrius Bakken Pool, Billings County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29, Township 142 North, Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31833, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have 3 witnesses who should be calling in shortly. Let me call and see what's holding them up. Hello? Yeah. Can you call in? What's that? Okay, all right. I hear it ringing now. Thank you very much. Okay, they're on.
Mr. Davis. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Scott, state your full name for the record, please.
Scott Davis,
And Scott, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a Northern Region landman.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Scott, let's go to the packet of exhibits for 31833. Let's go to L1. Can you tell us what L1 is?
Yes, L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and then the proposed 1920 is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Okay, and then let's go to L2.
L2 is a land plat of an existing 1,280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17 and 20 of 142 North, 99 West, along with a working interest ownership summary for those sections. Continental owns approximately 61% working interest in this 1,280-acre spacing unit.
Okay, L3.
L3 is a land plat of section 29 of 142 North, 99 West, along with a working interest ownership summary for that section. Continental owns approximately 66% working interest in this section.
And then L4.
L4 is a land plat for the proposed 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29 of 142 North, 99 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 1920. Continental will own approximately 63% working interest in this proposed 1920-acre spacing unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Scott, sections 29 and 30 are currently at laydown 1280. What's going to happen to section 30 if this application is approved?
We envision section 30 being developed as a 1920-acre spacing unit with sections 18 and 19 to the north. We're just not bringing that in for spacing at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, on those lines, does Continental have ownership in 18 and 19 above 30 or in 30 itself?
Yes, sir. We have ownership in all three of those sections and would have majority in that 1920.
Okay. Does Continental operate the existing wells in 17, 20, and the well in 29 and 30?
So those two wells, both wells, the one in section 17 and 20 and the one in 29 and 30, both of those have been P&A'd.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try with this person's name. Mr. Adudel?
Yeah, Mr. A. Duddle. Yes.
Hey, Duddle, I'm sorry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bennett, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Bennett A. Duddle,
And Bennett, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I have a bachelor's degree in geology from Oklahoma State University, and I have 8 years' experience working as a geologist for Gulfport Energy and Ascent Resources. And I've been in my current position as a geologist at Continental Resources for about 8 months.
In preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning Continental's request?
Yes.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
You offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Bennett, let's go to the next exhibits in the packet. First one's labeled G1. I'd like you to identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, Exhibit G1 is a general locator map showing our requested spacing unit highlighted in yellow. 50-foot contours on the upper Bakken surface are displayed, and the type log for the area is indicated by a red star.
And then let's go to G2.
Exhibit G2 is the type log for the area. It displays the logged unit from 50 feet above the Bakken pool through the Bakken and Three Forks formations and into the Bird Bear formation.
No further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, let's go to G3.
And Exhibit G3 is a general locator map showing our current spacing unit and requested spacing unit highlighted in yellow. Middle Bakken wells are highlighted in green and Three Forks wells are highlighted in pink. And the type log for the area is indicated by a red star.
That was G3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Bennett, the one well that's, was drilled across 29 and 30 doesn't appear on your, G3. Do you know what the target of that well was?
It was Three Forks.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Elliott,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Kate, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kate Elliott.
By the way, we're not laughing at you. I think they're laughing at me, so. And Kate, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources
In what capacity?
as a resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kate, let's go to Exhibit E1, and I'll have you identify E1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E1 is a directional plot showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29 of 142 North 99 West. The existing wells are shown as the solid line. As we previously mentioned, both of those wells are P&A'd. The purple is indicating a P&A'd Middle Bakken well, and the orange is a P&A'd Three Forks well. And the future development is shown as the dashed green line.
Okay, and let's go to the next exhibit then, E2.
Exhibit E2 is a schematic of our typical 3-mile Middle Bakken well for the 1920 acre spacing unit. We're showing a TD of approximately 25,000 feet, giving us a lateral length of approximately 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And E3.
Exhibit E3 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 3-mile Middle Bakken well. Starting with the reserve section, we're expecting an oil IP of approximately 1,000 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 558,000 barrels of oil, and a gas EUR of about 1.2 BCF. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $11.4 million, a 60-3 oil gas price deck, and the reserves previously mentioned, we're expecting a total MPV of $2.8 million per well, a rate of return of 24%, and an undiscounted payout of 3.3 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kate, on your E1, do you know where Continental plans to put the pad for those wells?
We don't have a surface location picked out at this time. We are exploring surface locations to the north, but again, do not have that confirmed at this time.
Do you anticipate a single pad, or is it potentially going to be multiple pads?
The desire would be to have all 4 wells coming off a single surface location.
Ken, when do you plan to spud the well, or wells?
These will be spud in the next few years.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31833. Case number 31834, in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the commission to consider the temporary spacing to develop an oil and/or gas pool discovered by the Shadowcat 1-31H well, located in the southeast quarter of Section 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota, to find the field limits and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31834.
I think there's some information in the record that we will put into the order, and then likely end up dismissing it, but the well was drilled, as I understand, and I believe there was some mention of some production information that did not include any oil, but it may ultimately be dismissed, but it'll be more than just a routine dismissal.
Yeah, maybe I can add a little bit to that. I believe I may have filed a request that they be dismissed, and I was then made aware of the fact that there was some production, and of course, the well was drilled on the basis of an emergency order, and that emergency order expired, so it might be, shall I say, important for the commission to enter an order confirming that emergency order, so the well is considered to have been drilled legally. So I think Mark alluded to all that, and I think he's absolutely correct. So if I need to withdraw my request for dismissal, I can do that, but I think my subsequent filing will explain everything so that the commission can render an order in the case.
Fine, okay. Now that concludes our hearing for case number 31834. Case number 31317, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order creating a 1280-acre drilling unit comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, North Dakota. And have we moved to case 31835?
No, we're on
Okay,
3-1.
see that
317?
Sarah's passing those out. I thought we were on 31317. Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. As in the previous cases, we submitted some written information for the commission to consider in rendering a decision in this matter. And what I spoke to a bit ago in case 31834, some of that applies to this case where we potentially need an order from the commission confirming that a emergency drilling unit was created, that drilling unit expired, and now we need a drilling unit to confirm that that well was drilled legally. But I believe everything should be in the record to allow the commission to render a decision.
Any questions or comments from the staff? All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31317. Case number 31767, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish 2 overlapping 38, 40-acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, and sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case may continue until our July hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31767. You want to take a break, or wait till you guys leave? Okay. Case number 31835.
Hello, Silver Hill?
Application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Big Meadow Bakken Pool and/or Temple Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish a 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, authorizing a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells, on-site proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units, on-site proposed overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit, and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31835 on behalf of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC. We'll have 3 witnesses in this matter.
Mr. Bossy,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Kyle, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kyle Brandon Boss,
And Kyle, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners,
In what capacity?
as the Bakken lead landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kyle, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 31835. Let's turn to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Yes, sir. This exhibit is showing the northwest counties of North Dakota, featuring an inset in Williams County of Township 158 North, Range 96 West, showing the sections in question.
Okay, and L2.
Exhibit L2 shows a further zoom in of Township 158 North, Range 96 West, sections 15, 22, 27, and 34. We are looking to establish a 2560 spacing unit here, and our combined working interest is 51.2% in this stand-up 2560.
Okay, and L3.
L3 is an overview of the same area, but also including black dashed line box showing the 5120 spacing unit of sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35. For this section line that we were requesting, we have a combined working interest of 49.47%.
And because Silver Hill owns less than a majority interest, will Silver Hill have communications with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of this well?
Yes, sir. That is our full plan.
Okay. Have you had any communications with XTO as of today?
We have not yet, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Hold on, sorry. Kyle,
Yes, sir.
with the 5120 that you're proposing, it looks like there's an existing 2560 that it would be include 14, 15, 22, and 23. I'm assuming you'd want that spacing unit terminated?
Yes, sir. That would be our plan.
Okay, and there's no wells on the existing 1280s of 15, 22, and 27 and 34. I'm assuming you'd want those terminated as well?
That's correct. That's the Exhibit L2 is showing where we would prefer to do it as a 2560.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. George,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mark, state your name for the record.
Mark George,
And Mark, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners,
In what capacity?
as Geoscience Manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Mark, let's go to G1. Tell us what G1 is.
So Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on top of the Middle Bakken showing a 50-foot contour interval. The red dashed lines are overlaid to show the various field outlines neighboring the proposed spacing unit. And the red star in section 22 of 158 North, 96 West indicates the location of the type log included in Exhibit G2. The Middle Bakken formation here, shown dipping from east to west, represents similar thickness with respect to the type log across the proposed spacing unit. And additionally, there are no known faults within the proposed spacing unit.
G2?
Exhibit G2 is a Herfindahl 1122 vertical well drilled by Ranger Oil Company in 1981. The log is displayed captures the Upper Bakken Shale through the Three Forks Formation and into the top of the Bird Bear. The target is the 60-foot thick Middle Bakken Formation indicated by the red arrow, and the log is showing gamma ray on the far left, followed by deep resistivity, and then neutron porosity and density on the far right.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Mark, I believe I heard you indicate that there was no known faults in the area. Anything geologically that would indicate a difference in productivity between the north and south halves of this, of these spacing units?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jaroska,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Billy, state your full name for the record.
Billy Jurowski.
And Billy, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Silver Hill Energy Operating Company.
And in what capacity?
Vice President, Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Billy, I'm going to have you direct your attention to Exhibit E1. I'd like you to identify Exhibit E1 and discuss what's contained upon it. And perhaps, if you wish, you can discuss in a little bit more detail the testimony that Kyle provided with respect to the existing spacing units, the 1280s of 15 and 22 and 27 and 34. Can you do that for us?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Exhibit E1 is our proposed development plan, and it's got the outline. As you can see, what we're looking at doing is having two locations in the north half of Section 15 of 158-96, indicated by the purple squares. We've got 5 Middle Bakken wells that we're planning. As you can see on this exhibit, all the wells that are green, that are solid, are existing Middle Bakken wells. The existing red solid lines are existing Three Forks wells. And the Shivey well
that are in the dash blue are wells that Phoenix just recently drilled in sections 28 and 33. So our plan here is to drill 4-mile wells from the north end of section 15, and then we also plan on drilling the section line well that is the orange dashed line along that section line between 15, 14, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, 35. We do have an alternate location that we've identified and worked with landowners in section 27 that would allow for a 2-mile development of this DSU. So if the commission is okay with allowing the 1280s to stay in place, then that would allow the flexibility for us. If that's something that the commission is not apt to do, then we're okay with dismissing or canceling the 1280. We would like to keep the 1280s in 14 and 23 and 26 and 35 because there's a chance that we're going to drill those as 2-mile wells and we do not own sections 26 and 35. So we would like to keep those 1280s in place and just have this 5120 apply only to the 4-mile section line well.
Okay, thank you for that, Billy. Let's go to Exhibit E2. Tell us what E2 is.
Okay, Exhibit E2 is a typical Middle Bakken well design showing that we're going to set the surface casing. We'll set some 7-inch and end up running a 4.5-inch liner tied back into that 7-inch. Our plan is to do a perf and plug stimulation, approximately 6 to 7 stages.
And E3.
E3 are the reservoir parameters along with economics. And in this DSU, we are planning to exhibit somewhere around 60 feet of Middle Bakken formation as indicated on the fact log, 6.5% porosity, water saturation of 50%. That gives us an oil in place of 22 million barrels for the 2560. And we anticipate this well coming on, or these wells coming on at 1,400 barrels a day, coming off at 75% with a B factor of 0.9. We think that we'll have a water oil ratio based on wells in the area of 3 barrels of water per barrel of oil, giving us an ultimate EUR of 705 MBO and 2.2 BCF. The economics for the project for these wells at $65 flat and $3.25 gas, with a capex of $12.1 million and a 100% working interest for the 80 net represent a PV10 of $4.3 million, rate of return of 33%, and a payout of 26 months.
Okay, and E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Billy, going back to Exhibit E1, I believe I heard you talk about maybe leaving the 1280s in place so you could drill these 15, 22, 27, and 34 as 1280s. Is that right?
That would, if we were allowed to keep those in place, it would give us the flexibility to drill those at 2-mile wells if for some reason we abandon the 4-mile idea. However, right now we are looking at making this a 4-mile unit. We're negotiating with Mr. Iverson surface locations in the North Apple 15. If the commission has a hard time with that, then we're okay with taking the 1280s out and just replacing it with a 2560.
That's typically what the commission would do, since we want a little bit of certainty out there on how lands are going to be developed. And obviously, if you are unsuccessful and decide you need to drill them as 1280s, you can come back and respace them.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. If that's what you guys want to do, then we're okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
But I guess I just wanted to circle back because I do want to make sure that the 1280s stay in place for 14, 23, and 26 and 35.
Correct. Since, since they're only involved in the lease line spacing unit, they will not be changed.
Okay, perfect.
Billy, on your E2, the 67 stage stimulation for the 4 mile lateral, is that evenly spaced stages, or do you do anything different than the length of the wellbore?
Yeah, that's we're planning on having 300-foot spacing on the entirety of the wellbore. We're not planning on trying to do something different in the tow with it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31835. Case number 31836, application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the North Tioga Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 159 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells, on-site proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31836, on behalf of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case we had in the previous case.
And they are still under oath.
Thank you. Kyle, let's go to the packet for 31836. Let's go to L1. You want to tell us what L1 is?
Yes, sir. L1 is providing an overview of the northwestern counties of North Dakota. It's featuring an inset map that zooms in to show Township 159, Range 93 West, and the sections in question being 6, 7, 18, and 19.
And L2?
L2 is a further zoomed-in portion showing sections 6, 7, 18, 19, where we are looking to establish as a 2560 stand-up. We have a combined working interest of 74% in these 2 existing 1280 DSUs.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Mark, G1.
Yeah, G1 is a geologic structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. The red dash lines again are showing the various field outlines neighboring the proposed spacing unit. The red star in section 7 of 15993 indicates location of Doubts 47H type log, which is included in Exhibit G2. The Middle Bakken here is shown dipping from northeast to southwest, and it represents similar thickness across the proposed spacing. Additionally, there are no known faults within the proposed spacing.
G2.
G2 is a representative type log. The Doubts 47H vertical pilot well was drilled by St. Mary Land and Exploration in 2008. The log here captures the upper Bakken shell through the lower 3 forks. The target is the 68-foot thick Middle Bakken, shown by the red arrow. And again, showing gamma ray far left with deep resistivity and neutron cross intensity on the right.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Again, Mark, I believe you indicated no faulting across the 2560, but anything else geologically that would indicate any difference in productivity between the north and the south halves of the 2560?
Yes, sir. We expect similar thickness across the unit.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Billy, let's go to E1.
Okay, Exhibit E1 is the proposed development plan. As you can see, we are negotiating some surface locations in the north half of Section 6. I will tell you that we are also vetting locations in the south half of 19 to see which is going to be better for us, but right now we anticipate that the locations will be in Section 6, and we will drill these wells, up to 5 wells in this DSU And you can see it's the same green wells or Middle Bakken wells, red wells, Three Forks wells. Right now, we anticipate all of these wells to be Middle Bakken wells. However, I can tell you that we are doing tests in the area. The Holman Olivers and the Rooster Ringnecks that we've recently drilled have some Three Forks wells, and we're going to watch the performance of those to see if we ultimately need to wine rack these or if they will be in Middle Bakken. But right now, we believe that they'll all be in the Middle Bakken zone.
E2?
E2 is a typical Middle Bakken well design. Again, that 7-inch casing and tie back with 4.5-inch liner. Anticipate 67 stages, which is a evenly spaced 300-foot spacing.
Okay, E3?
E3 are the reservoir production and economics. We anticipate this to be 68 feet across this DSU with an 8% porosity, 50% water saturation, yielding 31 million barrels in place. We anticipate an IP of 1,500 barrels a day, coming off at 76% initially, with a B factor of 0.9, yielding an EUR of 724 MBO and 1.5 BCF. At a $65 oil price, $325 flat, and a capex of $12.1 million. We anticipate the PV10 being $4.9 million with a rate of return of 38% and a payout of 24 months.
And E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Billy, when you indicated a potential for targeting Three Forks, would that just be the upper bench in the Three Forks, or what are you looking at?
It would, yes. It would be the upper part of that 3 Forks.
Okay. And then the existing well in Section 7, do you intend to continue producing that?
Maybe. We'll just see how it acts after we frac hit it with our wells. We have had several wells that we've come across like this, and they continue to be producers. Some of them have turned out to be non-economic afterwards, and so we'll have to see how it produces. But right now, the plan would be to continue to have it produce.
Okay. And then when you drill across those with your existing, or when you drill across that existing well with your proposed well bores, do you plan to do anything different with your stages?
No, we plan right now to evenly space the stages across the lateral, given that we're having a lot better quote frac technology than was put on the Dow well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31836. Case number 31837, application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Antelope Sanish Pool and/or Clarks Creek Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 22 40-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, 25 in the north half of section 36, township 152 north, range 95 west, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 22 40-acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31837 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We'll have 2 witnesses in this matter. One will be appearing by telephone, Mr. Peter Garby, and then the other witness who will be handling geological and engineering testimony will be appearing, is here, so he'll be present with us in the hearing room.
Mr. Garby.
And Vincent Dooley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Turn the mic on. Turn the mic on, please.
Thank you. I appear on behalf of Donald Nelson to reiterate a point, Bismarck, North Dakota attorney. I appear on behalf of Donald Nelson and Miss Barber of the McKettit firm. She requests that an email that she sent and arrived yesterday about in the afternoon, 3:45, be included in this record.
Well, I'm going to allow him to call his witnesses first. Mr. Garby,
Yes, good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Did you ask me a question?
No, I just swore him in.
Oh, no, I thought prior to that you asked a question, so that's fine. I'm fine.
I just swore in the witness.
Yeah, no, I understand. So we're ready to go?
Yeah, you're ready.
Okay, great, thank you. Pete, would you state your full name for the record, please? Pete, are you there?
Oh, yep, sorry, I was on mute. My full name is Peter Garby,
Okay. And Pete, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources,
In what capacity?
a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes,
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Pete, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case, 31837. Let's start with Exhibit L1. Can you tell us what L1 is?
L1 is a regional map of the Williston Basin, highlighting the area we are talking about today and the DSU we're talking about today.
Okay, and L2, can you tell us what L2 is?
L2 highlights the DSU we're speaking about today, sections 13, 24, 25 in the north half of 36, 150, 295,
Okay,
the Hawkeye Town.
and you're requesting this spacing unit to allow the drilling of a 4-mile lateral, is that right? Or 3.5?
More or less,
Three
I
and a-
think it's 3.5 miles.
3.5.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next exhibit, L3. Tell us what that is.
L3 is a similar map to what we just looked at, but that one references the working interest. EOG's working interest approximately 56%. Or I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me right now. It references the working interest on this plat.
Yep, 50.72%, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then let's go to L4. Tell us what that is, and why don't you tell us what the difference is between L3 and L4?
Okay. I'm sorry, let me pull, I'm working on pulling this up as we speak here. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties at the moment.
I'm pretty sure that this is just a duplicate.
Okay,
The L4.
we can come back to it, so is that all right if we recall him? Sure. When he gets his technical difficulties resolved, so that's all the questions I have for Pete at this time.
Any questions from the staff? Actually, Mr. Dooley, I'll give you an opportunity to question if you'd like.
I will restate, I'm here on behalf of Katie Barber of the McKettit Law Firm, and yesterday she filed an objection and requested a continuance. She formally requested it in that email, which you should have received yesterday afternoon about 3:45, and she also detailed Donald Nelson's objections and his experience with EOG and his difficulties, and he requests that this be rescheduled. At your very next meeting, he will appear and state his objections. He's detailed them, she's detailed them. I think that'd be sufficient. I've done my duty requesting that that email be part of the record and that this matter be continued.
So you have no questions of this witness?
I do not, no.
Any questions from the staff?
And Mr. Examiner, I assume I'm going to have an opportunity to object to the hearsay evidence that was presented?
Of course.
Mr. Dooley and Mr. Nelson's email, if I recall correctly, he says he's a surface owner in section 12. Is that right?
Yes, he does explain that. Yes, he does.
And maybe this is premature, but if section 12 is not involved in this case in any way, shape, or form, meaning no wells are going to be drilled in there and no surface location is going to be located there, then does he still object?
He does. And
based on
all I can say is
what grounds?
He's detailed them as fully as I know. There's been, according to the recitation, about 5 years of discussions that have failed, and there's some difficulties and objections. He stated them in writing. I didn't know about this until yesterday afternoon. I've been asked to appear. He's in Montana. This is a surprise. He's declared his surprise, and he wishes to have this reset so he can appear in person. Then there won't be any hearsay. And the importance of your question and the appropriate answers should be coming from him. After all, according to the record that he's asked to be included, this discussion has been ongoing for 5 years. I don't know what else I could say, sir.
So if this application was properly noticed, why is he surprised?
I think that he contends it was not properly noticed, that this came despite conversations that left him surprised that it's scheduled as it is.
So you're inferring that this was not properly advertised?
As best I can tell, he is contending that he was surprised, and he would like to explain himself when he can be here in person, sir. I wish I could say more.
If I can respond, one would have thought that, or one would think that if there was a problem with the advertising in the request for a continuance, it would have been pointed out to the commission that it should be continued because the advertising was improper. And at the end, we're gonna object to a request for a continuance, but we would just note that for the record right now, that if there was a request for a continuance because it was not properly advertised, it was important to make that point at the time the request for a continuance was made, and that was not made. And he has retained counsel other than Mr. Dooley, and that counsel could have made those points to the commission.
Okay. We will move on with the witnesses then.
No questions for this witness then?
He has no question. Staff, any questions for this witness? No, okay. Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's right here, I'm sorry. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
John, would you state your name for the record, please?
John Schmidt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources.
In
as
what-
a-
I'm sorry.
As a senior geological engineer.
Okay. And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously,
Yes, I have.
both as a geologist and an engineer. Is
That's
that correct? And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic and engineering matters concerning this request?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that I'm an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, John, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. I believe it is, help me out here, G1. Can you identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Sure. This is a structure map on the top of the Middle Bakken showing the DSU in green, and then a type log, the Nelson 152-95-3328H9 off to the southwest. The dip of the formation is approximately to the southeast through the requested spacing unit. Oh, thank you, sorry. Through the requested spacing unit. And the wells that are currently in the spacing unit, Bakken wells, are shown in the orange or yellow color, and purple are the Three Forks wells that are currently drilled.
Okay. Now, I inadvertently, when I was asking the previous witness a question, talked about this being a 4-mile lateral. Can you explain, just by looking at this exhibit, why the request is for a spacing unit that would allow only a 3.5-mile lateral?
We're just doing 3.5 sections long, and we're requesting 3 wells in those 3.5 sections. There's already an existing 1280 consisting of 13 and 24, and the 3 wells we're requesting for the spacing unit are going to be drilled on the west and middle of the requested 2240. The other 3 wells that we're planning to drill are going to be drilled on the east and middle of the 1280.
And is the reason that you aren't extending the spacing unit into the south half of 36 is that is already quite developed?
There is some development down there, and I do have an exhibit in my engineering exhibit showing how we plan to fully develop all the way from sections 13, 24, 25, 36, and 1.
Okay, let's go on then to G2. Tell us what G2 is.
G2 then just shows a structure map on the top of the Three Forks, as we are planning on drilling Three Forks wells in this 3-well package. Again, the dip is slightly to the southeast, and again, the highlighted DSU is in green, and the type log, which will be in Exhibit G3, is highlighted in red.
Okay, and the next exhibit, G3.
G3 just shows the type log, the H.A. Nelson 152-95-3328H9. Again, sorry on the copy, the log suite is a little light on this, but it does show that the Upper Bakken, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken Shale, and Three Forks are all present, and obviously have been drilled in and around this unit.
Let's go to E1. Tell us what E1 is.
E1 just shows our plan for the unit. We're planning on drilling 3 wells, 1 Bakken, 2 Three Forks.
And E2.
E2 then shows that development in plan view, the Bakken well being the farthest west well, and then 2 Three Forks wells. The Three Forks wells being about 17,000 feet, plus or minus the Bakken well planned for 18,000 feet. And then we're in negotiations for the surface location. One of the locations we've looked at is actually in section 14, which would be adjacent to the spacing unit. We've also talked with the inside the spacing unit in section 13, and there's been discussions about section 12 at times. So yes, this has been ongoing discussions about where to put the surface unit in conjunction with the landowners, the surrounding landowners.
At the current time, are there plans on putting a surface location in section 12 to develop what you're asking the commission for permission to develop today?
There is a possibility of doing that, yes. Okay. We just haven't finalized anything because surface negotiations haven't come to a conclusion.
Okay. Let's go to.
And then just real quick, the 2 arrowed lines, 1 in blue and 1 in red, those will be referenced. These are the cross sections in the next 2 exhibits, Exhibit 3, E3, and E4.
Okay, let's go to E3.
E3 is just a cross-section showing where we plan to put these wells. The 3 wells are the 3 wells. I apologize, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between the purple and the red, but we plan on putting the first well, the westernmost well. There's a line well that is in the Three Forks second bench that I believe WPX drilled. We're going to be putting our well at the 500-foot line in the Bakken, and then we'll be doing a first bench and a second bench, Three Forks. Those will be the wells in this unit. And then there will be 3 other wells that will be part of the 1280 unit development, 2 in the Three Forks and first bench, and 1 in the Bakken. And those are also the well paths for those are depicted on the first on Exhibit E2.
Okay, E4?
E4 then shows that the tail, kind of the toes of the wells, and how the interlocking of the wells coming from the south will be. Again, our planned Middle Bakken well is against the west line, then a Three Forks well, and a second bench Three Forks well, which is the middle well, kind of going into the middle of the DSU. And then the red wells being the wells that we have planned, the red dash wells, like the well all the way over on the west side, would be a line well coming from the south. And like I said, those are depicted in Exhibit E2.
Okay, E5.
E5 just shows that we're planning on, typical wellbore diagram. We're doing cemented liner, plug and perf method, 18,000-foot lateral on the longest, on the Bakken one, 80 to 85 plug and perf stages. Like I said, on the 17,000-foot laterals, it'll probably be closer to 75 to 80 stages. So about plus or minus 200 feet, 200 to 250 foot stage lengths.
And E6?
E6 reservoir data coming to down to the bottom, showing for this 2240. We have about 56 million barrels of oil in place. And then E7 takes all the data from those reservoir characteristics and the economics at $50 per barrel oil and $1.05 MCF for the 3 wells. For the Bakken well, net investment of $12.3 million, return on investment of 1.99, cash flow of $12 million at $12 million. The Three Forks wells individually, we're expecting to do about a 10,000 or 10,800,000 for the cost on those. The total project with a return of 1.89. Cost difference in those, obviously they're just a little bit shorter, and we're planning on doing a little bit smaller frac on the Three Forks, especially the second bench, as it's always the balance in between hitting, trying to frac up into the first bench in the Bakken and not hit the third bench where it's definitely a higher water cut. So total investment for the project for these 3 wells in this spacing unit would be $33 million with a return on investment of 1.93.
John, I note that there was no gas capture affidavit attached. Is that something you can provide to me at a later date? Will it get
Definitely.
submitted? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect railroad rights, and prevent the dredging of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe it will.
We would offer the exhibits, Mr. Examiner, but I guess we'd like to recall Pete Garby and find out about that exhibit. I know Mr. Schmidt indicated it was probably duplicate, but it was his exhibit. I think it's important we get that information on the record from him.
All right, why don't we call him, and then we'll admit the exhibits.
Pete, are you there?
Yes, Lawrence, I'm here. Yep, I was able to look at Exhibit L4 again, and it is a duplicate of L3, except for it also shows the prior spacing units and the existing field outline as well.
So all the testimony you would have provided for L3 would be applicable to L4 in addition to what you just stated about L4. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. The 50.72% working interest also applies to Exhibit L4.
Okay. No further questions, and I think I offered exhibits, but I will again.
Okay. The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, let's look at Exhibit E2. so first let's talk about the 1280. So I believe there's a faint line between the open.
Yes, that's a Bakken well.
And so you're planning on drilling 3 more wells on the 1280?
That's correct. A Bakken on the far east, a Three Forks, and then 2 First Bench Three Forks wells on either side of that Bakken well.
Okay, then let's go back to the 2240 wells. So the western well is Middle
Bakken.
The next well is what?
A Three Forks First Bench, and then a Three Forks Second Bench.
Okay.
And as, obviously with the Middle Bakken well, where it's drilled in 13 and 24, we start to spread out and get, we go from everything kind of being, the heels all being on obviously on the west side, to then we spread out and we're filling out the requested unit.
So when do you plan to spud these wells?
They are on the schedule for October 29th as of this week's rig schedule. We have a rig operating in the area right now, over in the Ross Township, and this will be, I believe, the second pad after that, after we're done with that pad.
And how far in advance of spudding do you need to secure your surface location?
We would need it probably at least a month and a half in advance.
And Mr. Nelson, I believe, he alluded to in his email about a 20-day notice. And maybe Lawrence can help me out with this. So if they put a surface location on section 12, section 12 is not part of the spacing unit, they can't force themselves on, can they?
It depends if there's a situation, and I don't know the facts, but I'll just give you a hypothetical. If there is a lease in the spacing unit that covers lands in section 12, then yes, you could use a 20-day notice to get onto section 12, because you can use so much of the surface of the leasehold estate to develop the leasehold estate.
So this may be a question for Peter then. Does Mr. Nelson have minerals in section 13?
Pete, did you have a
Hi,
question?
I did hear the question. So we do have a lease that covers lots 1 and 2 of section 13, as well as lots 4 and 5 of section 12. So covering straddling that DSU outline there, that north border of the DSU outline.
Okay, that makes
There is a lease that covers inside and outside of the spacing unit.
So if your question then, Mark, is not a hypothetical but applies to what Pete just described, we would have the authority to serve a 20-day notice and move on section 12. But once again, I mean, testimony of Mr. Schmidt is we may not do that.
Just for a little clarity, if you go to Exhibit G2, because it shows the well bores a little bit better, obviously in section 12, there's a confluence of wells on the surface. That's a Hess pad, I believe, and in between the Hess pad and the section line, there's also a wetlands that we're trying to work around. I believe we have the negotiations have been going on for a while. I don't know. Mr. Nelson claimed for 5 years. We've been active and then inactive, and so that might have been the first time we talked to him. But in the last year, since November of 2024, we've been talking with him about how to fit a pad in here. Our preference was to use section 12. His preference was, we also had looked at in the northwest corner of section 13, northwest of 13, there's a power line that runs north-south at about 1,300 feet off the west line. We have negotiate in good faith, because he has said in the past that he wants a corridor to be able to run his cattle up through past our pad and the Hess pad, so we didn't want to take our pad all the way to the power line at the 1320 mark. So, you know, the negotiations have been going on. When we've received a request from him on pad width or anything like that, I know that I can testify that we've changed our pad configuration several times because he had some surface concerns, and we had to deal with the wetland. So, you know, it's been ongoing. There's been a give and take, whether it ends up in section 13 inside the unit or in section 12. It really depends upon how the negotiations go. But at this point, those are our two preferred locations, and we're, you know, barring the negotiations totally falling apart, we're looking at possibly putting something in section 14 in the northeast of 14. So we're looking at all the possibilities. We have the one surface constraint, or the two surface constraints are the Hess pad that's already in 12 and this wetlands that we have to deal with. So, you know, we're trying to work our way around those. I've been out to the site several times. It is very, I mean, the wetlands is an issue. You cannot put it right in the southwest. If you look at the aerial photograph on it, sometimes it appears dry, but I was out there in March as the thaw started to happen, and the county road was almost underwater at that point. So it's a difficult location, but we think we have a viable, a couple of viable locations, and like I said, we're working with Mr. Nelson to find that solution.
Okay, thank you.
John, a couple of things on your G2.
Yes, sir.
The boundary of the proposed spacing unit doesn't look like it takes in the north half of 36.
It does. Oh, on
G2.
G2, sorry. I must have had the wrong outline. I can correct that and supplement.
Yeah, if you would, I think.
Sorry, yeah.
I think I'm also going to ask for E4 to be submitted digitally, just so we can get the existing wells showing up by the time this gets scanned into the well file. You won't be able to see the light lines.
Definitely.
E4?
No, E2.
E2, G2, and I suppose while you're at it, you might as well do G3, because the type log will do the same thing when we scan it.
G2 and G3.
G2, G3,
And E2.
and E2.
Yes.
Okay, it was the E2 that I missed.
Yeah, the colors are, you put them too big and you overwrite the lines, and, you know.
The development that you do have on 25, you got 4 wells that drill to the south through that section. Two Middle Bakken and 2 TF1s. Do you have an idea of how effective? I mean, they appear nearly stacked in this case. Have they drained significant oil off of 25?
Those are fairly good wells. We're trying to space off them, but also there's the reason for the center well coming up from the red dash coming up from the south. There's a well that was it was the West Clark 105. Now it's called the West Clark 201 SWD. That was, the West Clark 105 was P&A'd and then turned into a possible SWD well. And that well from the south is trying to take the place of that and go up into 25.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, a little bit.
I guess and as far as expedited order being in October on the rig schedule, I don't.
Yeah, I'll write a letter
Okay.
on that.
Okay. Anything else, Lawrence?
No, I suspect we should leave the record open until the normal time, which is
June 3rd? July 3rd?
third, or is
Okay,
it
the record will remain open as
Hearing officer, may I express myself one more time in response to this testimony of
Sure.
this witness? Thank you, sir. Your explanation of the impacts on his Section 12 appears to describe a cumulative impact on the use of his surface estate. Is that correct?
I would assume, but he also, I believe, owns in Section 13, and so we're in negotiations for either doing Section 12 or Section 13.
Wouldn't it be somewhat better to have his view of the facts and the cumulative impact rather than your limited expression?
if you know.
If,
Go ahead and answer.
But wait a minute, I think it calls for speculation.
overruled.
Object.
if he was here, yes, he could testify to that.
And he's in Montana and didn't expect this hearing.
I believe it was properly noticed. I've given you my interpretation of the negotiations that I wasn't in the negotiations, but the request came to me as the planner to set up the different surface locations. We've gone through probably 5 different iterations of surface locations, trying to make sure that he got the things that he needed out of this surface, and we didn't encumber him on the surface. I believe we've done all we can to make sure there was open communication about that.
So not only are we dealing with some significant complexity in the surface use world, aren't we also dealing with some disputes about how the compensation is to be paid or not paid, either on a one lump sum or over a periodic basis?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I'm not party to the financial negotiations. I'm the engineer. I'm trying to find a surface location for our wells with, in conjunction with the landowner.
I can speak to that, John, if that's okay, Lawrence.
No, just remain silent, please.
That's all the questions I have. I brought what I can to the attention of the hearing officer and the decision makers, and we believe it's appropriate. It might be an imposition about changing their drilling schedules. We think that it's this agency's responsibility to consider the impact on the surface owner as a long-term occupation and disruption of his use of the land. It's something that ought to be aired out fully. Thank you.
Mr. Examiner, I think I'd like to recall Pete, because he had a response to one of the questions, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to do that.
That's fine.
Pete, you were on the phone when Mr. Dooley asked Mr. Schmitz some questions, and I believe you had a response. Can you respond to that, please?
Yes, Lawrence. We had about an hour-long phone call with the landowner, Mr. Nelson, and his attorney this morning, and John Howell, our surface landman. And I believe it was a fruitful conversation in regard to compensation. I think we're close in the negotiations here, subject to final management approval.
Is there a possibility, based on that telephone conversation, Pete, that the landowner may withdraw his request to have this thing heard again in July?
I'm not sure. It's possible.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Good.
Considering the possibility and the importance, it ought to be rescheduled in July. That's the safest way to assure that this surface owner concerns, legitimate concerns about use of his land and compensation and how it might be received, might be aired out in July, in person. He'll be here. Thank you.
And Mr. Examiner, the witness has already testified that this well is on the drilling schedule, and putting the matter off until July and then having to wait for the commission to enter an order may very well create some hardships for for the applicant, EOG, in getting this well drilled in a timely manner.
Okay. We'll note both of your positions. Attorney Brown will give you an opportunity to respond to his request to admit the email.
I'm going to object. In its rank hearsay, it should not be admitted. He's, he was the party opposing this, Mr. Nelson, was represented by a counsel. His counsel could have pointed out to the commission if there was an advertising problem. If there was an advertising problem, I agree that the case needs to be rescheduled for hearing and heard in July. But that argument seems like it was just lately hatched and in a way of trying to push forward with a continuance of the case. So we would object to the email coming in as evidence because it's hearsay and oppose the request for a continuance. And then just one more thing, I would allow the record to be remain open until, I think it's July 3rd would be Thursday, for the submittal of these additional 2 exhibits.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Okay, stated the record will remain open until July 3rd. I'll give you one more opportunity to respond.
And this is begun to unfold as a chess game in the dark, partially in the dark. A face-to-face hearing is the appropriate way to assure Mr. Nelson's protection of his property. That's all I can say.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow in the email and allow the staff to determine the probative value of the email, given the situation. I'm going to deny the request for a continuance as I don't think sufficient evidence is before the commission at this time to grant that. And that's my position on that.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31837. This time, let's take a 10-minute break.
take my exhibits too? or-
Okay, we are back on the record. We will resume with case number 31838. Application of WGO Resources LLC for an order creating a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the southeast quarter of Section 16 and the northeast quarter of Section 21, Township 139 North, Range 104 West, Golden Valley County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31838 on behalf of WGO Resources, LLC. We plan on calling 3 witnesses in this matter, and these 3 witnesses will all appear by telephone.
Mr. Moritz,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Richard, can you spell your full name for the record, please?
Richard Moritz.
And Richard, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation,
In what capacity?
Vice President of Land.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Richard, let's turn to the packet of exhibits. I assume you have one in front of you for case 31838.
Yes, I do.
And let's skip the cover page and turn to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what Exhibit 1 is?
Yes, it's a locator map showing the Tracer 121 unit in red, the oil and gas fields in green, and the Sentinel Butte field in blue.
And Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows the Tracer 121 drilling unit with footage call. It is a straight hole.
Okay, and Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 shows the Tracer 121 drilling unit and our acreage within the drilling unit, which is 100%. And just of note, the southeast quarter of Section 16 is the state oil and gas lease.
And the request in this matter is for the commission to create a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the southeast of 16 and the northeast of 21 and allow the drilling of a vertical well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Hartwick,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Emily Hartwick.
And Emily, by whom are you employed?
I Wolverine Gas and Oil
In what capacity?
as the manager of geology.
And you've testified as a geologist before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Emily, let's go to Exhibit 4 in the packet. Can you identify Exhibit 4 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit 4 shows a Red River subsea structure map. It shows 100-foot contour intervals and the location of the proposed Tracer 121 unit relative to the Sentinel Butte field, which is the closest Red River D production to the proposed unit. The structure map shows the dip panel trending down into the basin towards the northeast with some subtle nosing. And the map also shows the locations of the Coon Harkins 135 and the Sentinel Butte field, which will be a type log that will be shown on the next exhibit as cross-section AA prime.
Okay, let's go to that exhibit, Exhibit 5.
Okay, so here we can see the Red River D is the interval that is the intended target for the Tracer 121.
that is within the Red River Pool that is formally defined as the base of the Stony Mountain Formation to above the top of the Rough Rock Formation. So this cross-section shows that relevant stratigraphy in the Olmsted Pearl Well, which was drilled deep enough to encounter both of those tops, and that's an offset to the Kuhn-Harkins 135, which encountered productive dolomite in that Red River D. And the top and the base of the D is shown with the purple correlation line. That zone is 80 feet thick in gross thickness, and we expect a consistent formation isopack over the Trester area.
Okay, and Exhibit 6?
Okay. So here is a more detailed structure map to help better define our geologic interpretation and the basis for the requested unit. On this map, the proposed unit outline is shown in red, with the bottom hole location shown by a small open black circle, and it's annotated with a text box that defines the bottom hole location footages. As we continue through the legend, the standard legal government 660-foot quarter-line setback drilling windows are shown with the pink boxes. These are shown for the 4 standard drilling windows around the proposed bottom hole, and they help illustrate our need for the proposed unit, which would allow for drilling outside of that standard setback when we combine that with the geologic elements that we had mapped using 3D seismic. So our structural contours here on the top of the Red River D are shown in black lines, and those are on a 25-foot contour interval. Again, we see the trend is generally dipping down into the basin towards the northeast. And also on this map is shown the extent of the interpreted Red River D porosity based on 3D seismic attributes in the Hasher pattern. We have differentiated what we interpret as the high-quality reservoir in the green Hasher pattern, and then a lower-quality transitional reservoir in the yellow Hasher. And finally, where there's no Hasher pattern within that drilling unit, we interpret that area to be non-reservoir. So you can see that in order to penetrate the Red River D porosity anomaly in the high-quality reservoir and also be high on the structure, which we need to ensure the best chance of success at locating hydrocarbons and to efficiently produce the anomaly without leaving additive reserves behind, that bottom hole must be placed outside of the governmental 660 setback window. So this proposed drilling unit would allow for the Trester 121 to be drilled at its optimum location, so it's high on the dip panel, but within the high-quality reservoir facies. And it also covers what we interpret to be acreage that would contribute to the well's production. With this distribution of the Red River D reservoir, we calculate the unit to be 74% underlain, and that will flow into the following engineering testimony.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Emily, in your evaluation of the seismic and identifying the high quality versus transitional reservoir, looking at this, you indicated the intent was to locate the well high in section and still in the good or high quality reservoir. That there would be a point within that pink box in the northeast quarter of 21 that would be higher on section and still in said reservoir quality, wouldn't there?
Well, with the 25-foot contour interval, it does not show the best location along that nose. If you note the shape of the minus 8937.5 contour, which is the next one just to the northeast of that bottom hole, you see how that kind of
bubbles
pooches to the northeast there. There is a preferred little structural nose in there that we have placed that bottom hole on purposefully. So we do feel like, and I will admit that it is a matter of feet, but we really want to be just as high as we can. So that is the basis for why that is sitting there, and I acknowledge that the contour interval doesn't show that with as much detail as what we could have.
Would you be open or willing to supplement with something with a little bit better contours on it?
I could do that, yeah.
I think that would help justify the location. And then the other question I have on this Exhibit 6, how much of the high-quality reservoir, I mean, you said under the whole spacing unit, it was 75%, I believe. Was that high-quality reservoir, or was that Red River D reservoir total?
That would be total reservoir, and the yellow, while it is transitional, we still do view that as productive reservoir. So we would expect that to be charged and contributing.
Okay. I don't suppose you'd have a similar number breakdown between the southeast of 16 and the northeast of 21.
I do not have that on the top of my head. Nope.
I'd be interested in knowing what that number was, so maybe on the supplemental, if you could include that as well.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand what you're looking for, Mr. Suggs. You're looking for how much of the reservoir is in the southeast of 16 and the northeast, and what's in the northeast, a division of the two?
Yeah, they've given me the 74 underlying
Yeah.
the whole spacing. I just looks like slightly less, but I just want to get a feel for what that percentage balance looks like. The Red River D, production-wise, the pods that you've been identifying, do you have an idea what kind of reservoir drive you're dealing with?
We believe that's towards the solution gas drive.
Okay, thank you.
One question, you have the bottom hole footages listed on Exhibit 6. Is this going to be a vertical well?
Yes, this will be a vertical well.
So surface hole footages will be the same as the bottom hole?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Ritzema,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jordan, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Jordan Ritzema,
And Jordan, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation,
What capacity?
as a production engineer.
You've had your qualifications accepted in that regard?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jordan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 7. Can you tell me what that is?
Sure. This is the engineering data provided for the subject well, the Trester 121. I'll walk through each detailed section that I have included here, starting with the reservoir description on the upper left. So this is a Red River D target well, 4 division time. It's a dolomite. The prog top of the Red River D is 11,656 feet. And based on analog, we expect 20 feet of net pay. And the drive mechanism is identified as solution gas drive. Moving to the right, the reservoir fluid properties. I'm not going to talk through each one of those, but those are provided based on analog wells and correlations. And then moving down to reservoir rock properties, this comes from the analog log that was provided earlier. Average porosity expectation of 12%, an SW of 34%, and we expect the bottom hole pressure of a little, or 5,050 pounds. Moving to the volumetric, using those properties, we calculate an oil in place of 2.87 million barrels, and then using that percent under lane factor and a 15% recovery, we get an estimated ultimate recovery of 305,000 barrels from the well. I've also included fluid disposition plans, and then the proposed wellbore construction is listed here, which is similar to our other. I'll just talk through it. We have conductor, 8-inch conductor to 80 feet, surface conductor 9 5/8 casing to 1631, and then production casing of, or 5.5-inch production casing set at 12,147 feet. And then in the lower left, there's single well economic. The IP and the ultimate recovery are listed using an total investment of $3.8 million and a oil price of $63. We generate a 40% rate of return and a payout in 2.1 years and a return on investment of 2.5.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jordan, or I guess Emily, whoever would be best to answer this. When you drill one of these wells, where you're targeting that very highest portion of the porosity development, how far into the Red River do you end up drilling, or are you cutting it short once you've entered that porosity, and how do you complete the wells?
In terms of the stratigraphy that we're drilling, we are drilling through the entire Red River D. If you refer to the Exhibit 5 that shows the type log, you can see how we drilled the Kuhn-Harkins 135. That would be the standard approach. In this particular wellbore, we are going to drill down to the top of the Winnipeg, or through the Winnipeg, I should say, through the base of the Winnipeg, in order to provide control for our data set. So this well will see the entire Red River section. And I'll let Jordan speak to the completion.
Yeah, so for the completion, it's pretty simple. We're just selectively perforating intervals, and then we're treating it with a low concentration of hydrochloric acid with common industry additives for various things, emulsions, sludging, iron control. And then we swab back the well, clean up, and evaluate it for cleanup and evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31838. Case number 31478, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and/or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish the following. 1. 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 wells on said proposed 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our July hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31478.
Bender.
Case number 31758, application of Savannah LLC for an order amending the field rules
Hannah, are you
for the
there?
Springbrook, Williston, and/or Stony Creek Bakken
Okay,
Pool,
I'm
Williams
gonna
County,
put
North
you on the
Dakota,
speaker.
as follows.
On
1.
in just a little bit.
Create and maintain and establish an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 32 and 33, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Excuse me, Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31758 on behalf of Savannah LLC. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter.
Ms. Curtis,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter with true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Hannah, please state your full name for the record.
It is Hannah Curtis,
And Hannah, by whom are you employed?
Savannah Energy.
In what capacity?
I am a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Hannah, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the members of the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I am a registered professional landman with the AAPL, and I've worked in the oil and gas industry for about 14 years. I've worked in various roles with Samson Resources, Encana, which is Oventive now, Lario Oil and Gas, and Revenue Energy, with my primary focus being land.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the pertinent land matters concerning the request of Savannah in case 31758?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I did.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Hannah, let's go to Exhibit L1. Please identify L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
L1 is a regional map that shows a portion of northwestern North Dakota, which is primarily Williams County, and it shows the area of interest being Township 155 North, Range 100 West, in a red square, which is the designated field area.
L2?
L2 is a plot which depicts Savannah's existing spacing unit. Section 27 is a 640-acre spacing unit with working interest of 64.84%. Sections 28 and 33 are a 1280-acre spacing unit with a working interest of 64.25%. And sections 29 and 32 are also a 1280-acre spacing unit with a 56.77% working interest.
And then L3.
L3 shows our proposed 1280-acre spacing unit consisting of sections 32 and 33, where we would have a combined working interest of 60.51% working interest.
And Exhibit L4.
L4 is a 2560 proposed spacing unit, which consists of sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, with a working interest of 45.83%.
Now, in this particular proposed spacing unit, Savannah owns less than a majority interest. Will Savannah have conversations with other working interest owners in this proposed spacing unit to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we will.
Okay, no further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Hannah, I had to peek ahead to see how the plan of development was, but, the laydown spacing unit you're proposing here of 33 and 32, would any of the proceeds from that well end up distributed to section 29 to the north?
I believe we have to bring in the existing pooled unit. So yes,
Because the base spacing unit, there is a 640 acre spacing unit of 32, correct? There's a single well on section 32 at this time?
yes,
But what you just indicated would be that those would be dispersed to the proceeds that included 32 would potentially be also dispersed to the 1280 of 29 and 32?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nickens?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Lisa, state your full name for the record, please.
Lisa Nickens,
And Lisa, by whom are you employed?
Savannah Energy,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Lisa, let's go to G1. Please identify G1 and discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle bucket member over our area of interest. The contour interval is 20 feet. The structure map shows a structural dip of geologic strata down to the south-southeast. The red dashed lines represent the proposed horizontal wells, and the yellow acreage indicates Savannah's operating position. The well circled in black, section 34 of 155-100, is the nearest vertical well with available detail logs and is the location of the type log shown in Exhibit G2.
Okay, G2.
G2 is type log of the nearest vertical well located in the southeast northwest quarter of section 34, 155 north 100 west. The well name is the Heffelfinger 34-1, drilled by Burnett Energy, February of 1980. It's a vertical Red River well. The type log shows the gamma ray on the left side, density porosity on the right side. On the right side of the type log, formations are labeled, starting with the Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, and the first through fourth benches of the Three Forks. The top of the NICU is the lowest formation on the log, and the target interval is shown by the label on the left side of the type log as the Middle Bakken target, which is 38 feet thick in this area.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Lisa, the existing wells, well, let me start with this. G1, you have the well in the 1280, kind of right on the bottom boundary of the 1280. Is that where you plan to drill it, or I'm actually looking ahead again, I apologize, but on E1, it's located slightly differently. Do you know where that's supposed to be at?
Let me refer to E1 really quick.
And Kelsey can clarify if she would be the proper person to ask that question of.
Yes, that would be Kelsey.
Okay, I'll let her confirm where that well is supposed to be located. With respect to the existing wells in the spacing unit, or the spacing units, are they all Middle Bakken, or is there a mixture of Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells drilled in here?
I believe there's a mixture, but I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kelsey, would you state your name for the record, please?
Kelsey Wallace,
And Kelsey, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC and Savannah Energy LLC.
What capacity?
VP of Operations.
And in that capacity, you said VP of Operations, you're an engineer, is that correct?
Correct.
And in your capacity as an engineer, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Correct.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kelsey, let's go to Exhibit E1. I'll have you identify Exhibit E1, and in your discussion of Exhibit E1, perhaps you can address the question that was asked of Ms. Nickens.
Of course. So Exhibit E1 shows our development plan for the spacing request with a lease line well between sections 27, 28, 33, and 34. And then an in-spacing well, a laydown in sections 33 and 32. The legacy wells, the parent wells in this area were drilled back in the 2014 timeframe, or even further back for the existing 640. And the stranded acreage or under-stimulated acreage yield side of these wellbores leaves a large corridor of potential for draining some stranded minerals on the heel side of each section.
Okay, let's go to E2.
Exhibit E2 is a type wellbore diagram showing a 7-inch by 4.5-inch completion with a wet shoe and about 200 feet per stage completion.
And E3.
E3 is a type economic for a 2-mile well in the Catwalk prospect, showing about a 50% water saturation, and a GOR of around 1,000. If we're expecting an oil recovery around 20%, we believe that this would be an economic well at May strip pricing, which has only improved since then with a payout of less than 2 years.
In your opinion, will the request, well, I'm sorry, let's, E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kelsey, just confirming your intent to drill the well in 32 and 33. That laydown well would be drilled how far off the section line?
The intentions are to go about 550 to 600 feet off of that south section line. The initial, the top perf on those legacy wells ranges between about 700 to 1,200 feet off that section line. We'd be targeting sort of straddling the stranded acreage there between that leaf line corridor that we wouldn't be able to touch and the existing stimulation.
Okay, and then you probably just partially answered this next one, but you indicated 700 feet for the first perf for most of those existing wells. Is that about the same distance for the 7-inch casing point, or is that a little bit closer?
The top part's usually within about 15 feet of that intermediate casing point, and the average of those top first is actually closer to 950 feet off of the section line.
So,
so we have a lot of like this.
okay, so the closest is 700 then.
I believe it's just shy of 700,
Okay.
676.
And just confirming, Savannah is the operator of all the wells?
Correct, in section 33 and 32.
And I guess, can you confirm, are they all Middle Bakken, or is there a mixture of Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells in there?
No, it's a mixture of Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Lawrence, do we need to keep the record open?
Well, I
Was it in this case we needed to keep the record open?
didn't think there was anything.
Oh, I must be confusing with the previous case, sorry.
Yep.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31758. Case number 29868, application of Spotted Hawk Development LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Van Hook, Bach, and Poole, McLean, and Dunn Counties, North Dakota. so as to create and establish an overlapping 35 20-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and north half of section 21, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 35 20-acre spacing unit, such other and further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, 29868 on behalf of Spotted Hawk Development, LLC.
And Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Devon Energy Williston LLC.
Mr. Benner, you can proceed.
I made the request that Spotted Hawk seeks in this matter in writing, the letter dated June 24th, 2025. I have nothing more to add.
Any questions or comments from the staff?
I guess I would just note for the record, this was this case being on the docket is a result of a request from the 3 affiliated tribes to have a rehearing in this matter, and it does not appear that they are here.
Attorney Mann?
Yeah, and Mr. Examiner, Devon's fine with what Mr. Bender had proposed in his correspondence to the commission yesterday to have this case dismissed and have the other case, a decision in the other case made.
Anything further from the staff? Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 29868.
Have a good read.
Case number 31300, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33. Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorized the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been continued until our July hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31300.
Sorry.
Case number 31301, application of Stevens Williston LLC, doing business as SEG Williston LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 1920 acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 9, 16, and 21, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on such proposed spacing unit, such as the relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our July hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31301. Case number 31839, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Zaalbach Pool to establish an overlapping 38 40 acre spacing unit described as sections 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
You caught me off guard.
Oh.
Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056, Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. Have 3 witnesses, one in person, Mr. Mark Johnson. I'll have 2 on the telephone, Keith Coffendaffer, and the third one will be Eric Shivy as engineering, Keith is geology, and I need to get them on the line.
Okay.
Do they know we're on? Okay, both Eric and Keith? Okay, you'll be on the hearing room shortly.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Do you have a copy of the exhibits?
Sarah's got, she's got that.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Johnson, address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC as the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to the application today?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as that of an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
I did.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands that are subject to this hearing and its location?
Sure. Exhibit 1's just our zoomed out regional map showing the area of interest in red in the northwest corner of Williams County. As we zoom into Exhibit 2, again, we tighten up on the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 of 159 North, 101 West. As we zoom in on Exhibit 3 even further, you can see the 6 sections where Phoenix currently has a 44.7% working interest. And you can see the 3 wellbores, the toes of the wellbores, those are Hunt-operated wells in 22, 23, and 24.
And will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners in determining operatorship and other issues if this application is approved?
We will.
And has Phoenix already made some concessions to some of the other operators?
We have. We've spoken with Hunt on their desire of where they would like us to place the well within the lease line, or within the proposed lease line corridor, and we are willing to work with them and put the well where they would like it.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit labeled as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, well, just 2 things, I guess. First, I think you mentioned on Exhibit 3 that the wellbores in there, those are the toes of the wellbores, so the black dots on the exhibit are the toes of the wellbores?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you indicated that you're in agreement with some requirements that Hunt has asked you to do. Can you elaborate on what those are?
Yeah. It'll be in Exhibit 7B.
Okay.
And 7A.
So those will be addressed with subsequent?
Yeah, they just wanted to keep the lease on our side 200 feet, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Coffindaffer,
Yes, sir.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Keith, would you please state your name and work address for the record?
Yes, my name is Keith Coffindaffer, and work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510 in Denver, Colorado.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I also work for Phoenix Operating LLC, and I'm a senior geologist with them.
And have you had the opportunity to testify before the staff and the commission as a petroleum geologist in the past?
No, I have not.
Would you please tell the staff your educational and professional background, including your work background, to be qualified as an expert?
Certainly. So I graduated from West Virginia University with a Bachelor of Science degree in geology in 2010. I followed that up with a Master of Science degree from West Virginia University in geology in 2012, after which time I worked at Chesapeake Energy in Oklahoma City for 9 years, the first 1.5 of which was in the Marcellus and the Appalachian Basin. I spent 5 years in the South Texas Eagle Ford Group, working as a geologist in all capacities. And then I worked in the Rockies Exploration Group for Chesapeake Energy for the final 3 years of my employment there. And now that brings me to my time at Phoenix.
Okay. And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Coffenduffer be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure map?
Yes. So this is a subsea structure map on the Middle Bakken, and we can see the beds are gently dipping to the south-southeast at roughly 1 degree dip, so very gently dipping to the southeast.
And is the proposed spacing unit set forth on this exhibit?
It is not on this exhibit, or sorry, the proposed spacing unit is on this exhibit. Yes, I apologize for that.
And do you also have a dot labeled as a type log?
I do.
And you also have a line AA prime?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to Exhibit 5, would you please describe the AA prime cross-section as well as the type log?
Yes. So this is a cross-section showing the well logs from the 3 wells denoted in the A to A prime cross-section on Exhibit 4. We can see the stratigraphically hung on the upper Bakken, and we can see that the Middle Bakken is present and continuous across the entirety of the cross-section, including across the proposed spacing unit here. And the well logs present are gamma ray on the left track, resistivity on the center, and our usual porosity logs on the right-hand side.
And are the anticipated reservoir characteristics shown on the bottom of Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe those for the staff?
Certainly. So we expect to see the Middle Bakken at about 9370 feet TBD. We expect to encounter rock with an average porosity of 7.5%, average water saturation of 37%, average gross thickness of 52 feet. And for our OOIP per section, we expect 8.1 million barrels per section using a BO sub I of 1.5.
And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across all of the lands included in the application?
Yes, sir.
And if the application is approved, will waste be prevented, correlative rights protected, and the drilling of unnecessary wells prevented?
Yes.
I would ask that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shivy,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Eric, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Eric Shivy, 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. I'm the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserve.
And have you previously testified as an expert in petroleum engineering before this commission?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Shivy's testimony be accepted as that of an expert witness.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the wellbore diagram?
Yes, this is our standard wellbore diagram, design that we use in the Williston Basin, surface casing of 9 5/8, followed by 7-inch intermediate set into the middle Bakken, and we have a cemented 4.5-inch liner in place. For these 3-mile laterals, we anticipate fracture 80 stages fracking per well.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7A, would you please describe the development for the proposed well in this spacing unit?
Yes, the wellbore question that we're talking about is the leaf line. It was previously mentioned we're accommodating a request from Hunt to operate the 3 stand-ups to the north in sections 22, 23, and 24. We're offsetting the hard section line by 200 feet south to accommodate their request.
Does Phoenix have other plans for developing wells in 25, 26, and 27?
Yes, we do, and that's on to be covered in Exhibit 7B.
Well, move to Exhibit B and explain that to the staff.
Yes, we have a plan to develop 6 wells in this unit, 4 lease lines. We anticipate batch drilling and completing these. Spud date is approximately being December of this year. You see the northern line is the northern well is the well in question, and we've already gone to peering for case 31445 for the in-unit spacing, and that future that southern lease line is on continue to next month's docket. That is case 31840. We're offsetting that. We anticipate we'll offset the section line by 175 feet for that well.
And if this application is approved together with the future application, would Phoenix intend to batch drill all 6 wells?
Yes, we would.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, would you please describe your anticipated economics for these wells?
Sure. The first table is our EUR ARP equation laid out. Initial rate of approximately 18,600 barrels of oil a month. Well life of 27 years. Parts parameters are a 49% initial decline with a B factor of 0.7. GOR in the area is about 1,600 FCF per barrel. That yields an EUR of 630 MBO and approximately 1045 MMCF per well. With the 6 wells, we anticipate a recovery factor of about 15 to 16% of the original oil in place. The economics are in the second table. We've run this at a flat oil price of $75 and a flat gas price of $3 per MCF. D&C costs per well, $10.65 million, and we have an OPEX, a variable OPEX component of $5 per barrel on oil, and a fixed OPEX that averages $7,500 per month through the life of the well. The 8/8 economics, assuming a 20% royalty, yields $19.7 million of revenue income for the well. That's a PV10 of approximately $3.8 million, an undiscounted rate of return of 1.85, an internal rate of return of 26%, and a payout of approximately 35 months.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and would ask that Exhibit 6, 7A, 7B, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, I believe you said Hunt
Yes.
operates the wells to the north?
Yes, sir.
Did they want anything in this order restricting where that lease line well can be located?
I believe Mark Johnson could probably answer that better than us. From what I understand, they wanted it offset 200 feet from the section line.
Okay.
between 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 7B, you refer to.
Yes, sir.
You refer to the south lease line, well, in a future case, but my understanding is that case is being dismissed. Is that your understanding?
I believe that is continued to next month.
I can answer that. Yeah, we inadvertently, we had some the next unit down, we had on the docket also, and then we got in, some talks with Kraken, so that south lease line case was inadvertently dismissed. Eric, I told him it was on for next month. They just thought it was continued, but it was actually dismissed, and we'll put it back on. So it probably won't actually be until August at this point. So that was just a timing accident on that stuff.
And then the north lease line, that,
They did request that it be 200 feet into our section, so if you want to write that in there and immortalize it, that's fine by us.
well, it certainly would be noted in the finding. It's a matter of whether we require that it be.
I would rather not have it be required, because between now and then, I may end up buying some of these hunt wellbores just to the north of us, and then I would put it where I want to put it, so.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31839.
Yeah.
I'd like to testify if I could, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who are you?
Name's Robert Einen. I'm a surface and mineral owner, and I would like to testify on behalf of myself and my brother Donald Einen,
Okay.
who I have power of attorney for.
Okay.
And for full
I'm
disclosure.
sorry, can you spell your full name?
Last name is spelled Einen, E-Y-N-O-N.
Okay. You can proceed.
For full disclosure, I'm a retired certified petroleum landman. My brother is also a petroleum engineer, but we are testifying as surface and mineral owners here. We own surface and mineral ownership in sections 22, 23, 24, and 26. The mineral ownership that we have in 23 and 24 was leased in 2014, I believe, and is held by production by the wells in 23 and 24. The mineral ownership in section 26 was leased to Phoenix in July of 2024. We own the southeast of section 22, 40 acres there where we own the surface and 100% of the minerals. That acreage is not under lease. The Hunt 1522H1 was drilled there, and they are assessing a risk penalty on that well. I don't believe there's ever been a hearing on it, but that risk penalty is being assessed there. So I just wanted to place that information of record, if I could.
Well, that information isn't relevant to this hearing. This is Phoenix's application. Is Phoenix assessing the risk penalty?
Hunt is. I'm not addressing the risk penalty. I just wanted to address the fact that the mineral ownership is not leased.
Okay.
It would be inappropriate to talk about the risk penalty at this time.
Right. Okay. Anything to add, Attorney Thorne?
I don't have any problems.
Okay. Any questions from the staff? All right. Is that everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31839. Case number 31840, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Zal Bach and Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31840. Case number 31841, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Zal and/or Little Muddy Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 34, 35, and 36, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, in sections 1, 2, and 3, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31841. Case number 31842, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Cottonwood Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 38, 40-acre spacing unit described as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our July hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31842.
Lawrence Bender.
Case number 31843, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Big Meadow Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31843. Case number 31844, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charbonneau Bakken and/or Moline Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our July hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31844. Case number 31845, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31845. Moving to the supplement. Case number 31759, application of Mercury Resources LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Buford-Madison Pool and/or Briar Creek-Madison Pool, McKenzie and Williams Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 22, and 23, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a multilateral horizontal well on said proposed spacing unit and such additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender appearing in this matter, case 31759 on behalf of Mercury Resources LLC.
Mr. Lowry.
This is Timothy Lowry, appearing on behalf of Mercury
Do you solemnly
Resources LLC.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Tim, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Timothy Lowry,
And Tim, by whom are you employed?
Mercury Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm Vice President of Land and General Counsel.
Have you testified before the commission on previous occasions?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Tim, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I hold a BA from the University of Oregon and a JD from the University of Wyoming. Since 2011, I've worked in oil and gas as both a landman and land attorney, handling a broad range of land and title matters. I currently serve as Vice President of Land and General Counsel for Mercury Resources.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning the request of Mercury that has been docketed as case number 31759?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Tim, let's skip the cover page on the packet of exhibits for case number 31759 And let's go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And what I would like you to do is identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 1 is a broad showing of the unit, and it shows our 1,920 acre spacing unit from a expanded view.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 2, and once again, identify Exhibit 2 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 2 is a zoomed-in view of the proposed unit, includes the existing wells. In Section 14, the well has a collapsed hole and is only developed as to the northwest border of Section 14. Section 22, the well is drilled short, so the north half of Section 22 is essentially undeveloped. And Section 23 shows a no well because the Radcliffe remains undrilled.
And if there's specific questions, more detailed about these wells, the engineering witness can respond to those questions in further detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 3. Tell us what Exhibit 3 is.
Exhibit 3 shows the land plat for Section 14 and the working interest ownership, which indicates that Mercury, as well as partners, own 95% of the working interest, as indicated on Exhibit 3.
And Exhibit...
Mercury, Murata, and Resource Strategies are the partners.
Okay. Sorry I interrupted you, but thank you for that. Let's go to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is also land plat, indicating the working interest in Section 22, which is wholly owned by Mercury and its partners, Murata and Resource Strategy.
And Exhibit 5?
Exhibit 5 is a land plat, indicating the working interest ownership in Section 23, also showing ownership of the working interest between Mercury and its partners at 100%.
And then finally, Exhibit 6, the last land exhibit.
The last land plat shows the proposed unit, including sections 14, 22, and 23, all in Township 152 North, Range 104 West, and indicates the working interest being owned by Mercury and its partners at approximately 98%.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Timothy, you referred to Murata and Resource Strategies as your partners. Is that just working interest partners in this, or is there any other partnership?
There are working interest partners.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a follow-up question might be appropriate as a result of the director's questions. When you say a working owner partnership, have you had discussions with them about the drilling of this well if the application is granted?
Yes.
And are they in agreement that a well should be drilled?
Yes.
So you've had all the discussions, so if this application is granted, they're going to participate in the drilling of the well, is that correct?
We believe so.
Okay.
Mr. Woodland,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Conrad, state your full name for the record, please.
Conrad Woodland.
And Conrad, by whom are you employed?
Mercury Resources,
What capacity?
President and Geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have been a witness, but not under, oh, no, yes, I have.
You've been
Apologize. Yes.
you've been a witness before the North Dakota Industrial Commission, but on behalf of another entity. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you had your qualifications as a geologist accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
We offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Conrad, let's go on now to the next exhibit. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 6. And what I'd like you to do, as Tim did with the land exhibits, is first identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it. And I realize there might be a little duplication because Tim talked a little bit about the status of some of the wells on here. So with that in mind, please proceed.
Exhibit 6 is the outline of the proposed unit.
Let me stop you there. Exhibit 7.
Okay, that's what I thought. Exhibit 7 is the outline of the proposed spacing unit. It also has the wells that are currently have been drilled, and this is a structure map on the Ratcliffe. The green, you want me to get into detail, the green is the Ratcliffe lateral. The orange or yellow is a Nesson lateral, so a lower target. And then the purple is the lateral that is the open hole on the Charbonneau. The remainder of the green portion of that lateral is closed through collapsed hole.
So with respect to the Charbonneau well, you only have a small section of open hole into the Ratcliffe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the objective here is to drill 2 wells in between the existing wells to try to recover additional reserves. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Exhibit 8. Tell us what that is and why it's important to the hearing today.
Exhibit 8 is the type well or well that is the private Goodrich, which is in section 22. It shows the targeted interval, which is the Ratcliffe interval, and then it also shows the Nesson lateral, which is important to note because that is what the private hall was drilled for. So in section 23, there is no Ratcliffe lateral.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Conrad, just confirming, on your Exhibit 7, the entirety of that Charbonneau 114H wellbore was a Ratcliffe lateral? So
that's correct.
What you're saying is the open hole portion is all that remains in that wellbore, and it is Ratcliffe target.
What remains is a collapse. So from the purple to the bottom hole is collapsed. So the only portion of the Ratcliffe that is open is in purple.
Okay. The other wellbore in the northeast corner of 17 is also Ratcliffe, but it's part of a different spacing unit?
That's correct.
And when you identify the Nesson lateral and the Ratcliffe target, those 2 different targets are distinctly different, no communication between them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Seidel?
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Arthur Seidel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the
Go ahead. Sorry?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Frank, state your full name for the record, please.
Frank Arthur Seidel.
And Frank, by whom are you employed?
Mercury Resources is an engineering consultant.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, sir.
What I would like you to do, Frank, is, as Tim did, is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
I have a Bachelor of Science from New Mexico State University in Chemical Engineering, and I have 43 years of operational experience in the oil field, oil and gas. And I currently have a consulting firm out in Denver, Colorado, and I'm helping Mercury Resources with their operation.
So it's in that capacity as a consultant that you're appearing here today on Mercury's behalf?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning Mercury's request in case 31759?
Yes, sir. I've been working with Conrad Woodland, who's the principal behind doing all the economics, but we've worked together to put together the drilling plan.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control exhibits that you intend to sponsor here today?
I've worked with Conrad Woodland, who did the math for the exhibits that we're showing today. I've helped him with the operational piece, so Conrad can speak to the actual mathematics behind it.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of these exhibits?
Absolutely.
Okay. Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Frank, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. We've covered the first 8 exhibits. Tim and Conrad have done that. I'd like you to direct your attention now to Exhibit 9. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 9 and then discuss what's contained upon it and how it's important to the request that Mercury's making in case 31759.
Okay, what we're seeing in Exhibit 9 is the bottom hole and surface locations of all the subject wells that we talked about, which are the Charbonneau in Section 14, and we talked about how the lateral had collapsed. So we have bypass pay within in that Section 14. And what we hope to do is drill a well from the Charbonneau location, which you'll see it indicated as SHL, surface hole location in Section 14. And we propose to drill a lateral to reclaim those lost or bypass pay within Section 14. And so that's what we're seeing in that green line depicted. And that black line is the river. So I just wanted to point that out as well. The other green line that we have in Section 23 that goes to Section 22, that's the second proposed location, and it's on the PVC fall surface location. So we intend on using existing surface hole locations to drill 2 new wells to recover the resources that have been bypassed because Section 23 does not have a Radcliffe well in it.
And let me just ask a question or two to clarify. Perhaps it's clear to everybody else, but I want to make it sure it's clear for the record. The well location that you have in section, I guess that would be section 14, you have a location marked as 750 from the west line and 914 from the north line. That's the surface location is to the north, and then you're going to drill directionally and drill from that point to the southeast. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I think it's pretty clear that the other lateral that you're talking about, the other well you're planning on drilling, you're going to have the surface location in the southeast, and then drill to the northwest to a point that's 530 feet from the section line. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
And it's your intention then by drilling these 2 wells is to recover additional reserves that the existing wells have not recovered. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit then, Frank. Exhibit 10. Tell us what that is.
Okay, Exhibit 10 is type well parameters. We're showing here what is possible, why we're basing our economics on the existing production. We've had some really good luck this last year drilling the John Baptiste, and actually what I would ask to do is have Conrad Woodland speak to these economics, if that's okay.
Yeah. Perhaps the commission might have some questions for you before we move back to Conrad.
Any questions
Okay,
for Steph?
what we're showing here is
Just
the
a
gross
second,
economic-
just a second, Conrad. There might be some questions for Frank.
Any questions from the staff?
Frank, to make sure I understand, the well in 14 and 23, so the surface oil location is going to be on the existing pad.
Yes, sir.
And then the 750 feet from the section line, is that where you would, is that your intermediate casing point, basically?
Yes, sir. That's where we'll intersect the 490.
And then the 914 feet is just the distance away from that other lateral?
Yes, sir.
So on the well that exists in 14, is the purple line supposed to be overlying that other thin line?
Yes, it moved on me. It was meant to be over the black line.
Okay.
Was that you who answered, Conrad?
That was Conrad, I'm sorry.
And then the other well is going to be drilled from a well pad in the southeast of 23. And then where the green line starts, that's basically your intermediate casing point?
Yes, sir.
And then the 530 feet on that bottom hole location, that's 530 feet from the north line?
Yes, sir.
How far is it from the west line?
I don't have that number.
I can get that to you.
Yeah, wait, we'll get that from you when you go on as a witness again, Conrad.
I apologize, we don't have that on our exhibit.
So who's the appropriate witness to discuss whether the spacing unit is appropriate?
It'll be Conrad.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Frank.
Thank you.
Frank, have you evaluated what kind of recovery has been achieved from the existing Ratcliffe laterals on the various spacing units?
Yeah, we have some cumulative numbers. I don't know what the number of recovery EUR. We have the EUR numbers, but not the percent recovery. We do have the John Baptiste, which one thing I want to point out to the commission is that we re-entered the John Baptiste that was very similar to what we're seeing here, the bypass pay, and we were very fortunate to get the well drilled. We used some processes for drilling under pressure reservoirs from other basins in the Rocky Mountains, Rock Forward, and we were able to get the TD. As you see on the Charbonneau, they weren't able to get the TD, and on the private haul, it was cut short due to significant losses due to a bottom hole pressure of about 250 psi. So we've come up with a way to keep from getting stuck and getting our open hole all the way to TD. So that doesn't answer your question, but I want to make that point. To my knowledge, the Charbonneau was made 385,000 barrels of oil, and Private Goodrich has made 293,698 barrels of oil. And the Jean Baptiste, we're seeing good reservoir pressure there because it was bypass pay once again, because it never got drilled, and that it got stuck when they drilled the original well. And in 6 months, it's made 50,000 barrels of oil. So I know that the technical answer to your question gives you some idea of what the recovery of these wells is possible.
Okay,
and I defer to Conrad on what percentage that might be.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll recall Conrad Woodland, if we may. Sure. Conrad, you've already had your qualifications accepted as an expert in the area of petroleum geology. I'd like you to discuss for us just a bit as to what your involvement has been in this field, in particular, as to engineering matters.
Yes, thank you. I initially was part of the acquisition team in 2018. I have a background in doing reservoir work when I was working with Sampson Oil and Gas, just in a screening capacity. I used Ares as my tool for doing the economics. So I've done economics now for well over 8 years. So I ran tight sections for this particular well, similar to what we did with the Jean Baptiste, just using the offset well.
And let's, the Jean Baptiste has been mentioned a couple of times. Why don't you point to an exhibit that will help the commission staff understand where that well is located?
Perfect. We can go to Exhibit 7, which is the Madison structure. And you'll see a wellbore that's surfaced in section 11, and then another well that's coming off of it with a curve to it that TDs in section 14. This is a recent well that Frank Seidel was referring to that we've notified or seen as bypass pay. So the Jean Baptiste was down due to downhole collapse. We then recently re-entered that particular well, which we see there in the image, and it's TDing next to the Charbonneau. We saw actually more than virgin reservoir pressure. We exceeded the reservoir pressure by quite a bit, actually. And so from past experience, I used to work for the company that was drilling wells in Foreman Butte. The theory is that there was bypass pay in these 640s between wells, and the Jean Baptiste, in my mind, proves that up. So the pay between 14, and obviously there's no well in 23, so from a undeveloped reservoir, there's quite a bit of reserves still left in 14 and actually in 22 that's supported by the Jean Baptiste recent well.
And the Jean Baptiste well, you alluded to this, but I'm not sure that you specifically indicated what the situation was. But that was a well that was drilled by Mercury, or was that drilled before Mercury acquired these properties?
Before they were acquired, it was drilled in 2008.
Okay. And it was that well that gave Mercury some encouragement to propose drilling the wells that are before the commission today for consideration. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's go to Exhibit 10. Frank may have stated this, but I'd like you to clarify for certain just what's going on here. Are these, what are the information that is contained on Exhibit 10? Is that information that you put together?
It is.
Okay. And is the analog for a lot of the information that's on this particular exhibit, is it from the Jean Baptiste well?
It is part of the Jean Baptiste, the Charbonneau, and the Goodrich.
Okay. Well, let's turn to Exhibit 10. And I'm going to have you briefly discuss what's contained on Exhibit 10. And let's take things a little bit out of order. Let's start with the reserve parameters and then go to the reserve basis and then end up with the gross economics, if you could.
Sure. The reserve parameters is showing the measured depth of the Ratcliffe, the top and base of the lateral that we'll be targeting, the gross thickness of 20 feet, and an average porosity of 10%. So the type section that we had on Exhibit 8 is referenced here with the top, but that is our target, top and bottom, thickness and porosity.
Okay, want to go to the reserve basis?
Reserve bases are the values used to run the economics. Initial daily rate of 260, final rate of 7 decline, exponential 61% with the 2 exponent, gas oil ratio, and then ultimately the EUR used to run the economics, or the output essentially is what it was.
Okay, and the economics, would you briefly discuss?
The gross economics are the input, so I'm using a flat $65. We have a drilling cost of $4.5 million, an OPEX, fixed OPEX of $7,500 a month. Our working and net revenue interest, a discounted NPV, and our rate of return.
And based on your economics, you believe this will be an economic venture?
Based on my economics, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste by recovering additional oil and gas reserves?
Yes, sir.
Will it prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
And will it protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Conrad, on Exhibit 9, the northeastern well is going to be drilled entirely within sections 14 and 23. Do you know what that bottom?
Yes.
Do you know what that bottom location is in 23?
Do I know what it is?
Correct.
Meaning its actual location, or I'm not quite clear what the...
Yeah, you have that
what
at 800 from the east line. How far is it from the south line?
Oh, gotcha. Well, I don't have that number. I can give it to you right now.
And likewise with the southwestern well, how far is that from the west line?
I did measure that. That was 1,500 feet.
1,500?
Yeah. If you're referring to the bottom hole location in section 22, where we had the 530 from the
Correct.
north line, it's 1,500. Yeah, 1,500 feet from the west line. And then this one, it's going to be even greater. Yeah, about 1,800 feet from that south line.
Okay. So the northeastern well is entirely within sections 14 and 23. So why should section 22 share in that well?
The drilling of basically to develop the reserves in 23 and 14. There's, as far as sharing in 22, I wouldn't be able to just drill one well in 23 economically. So the well in 22 wouldn't be drilled, or that portion wouldn't be drilled, nor would 14. So if I was just limited to section 23 economically, I wouldn't be able to drill it.
So you're gonna drill the well from section 14 into section 23, correct?
Correct.
So how does section 22 have anything to do with this well?
Yeah, fair point. If we don't drill 22 and 14, and we just stick to the one, then I don't develop the reserves that are sitting north of 22. Those reserves will just remain. I couldn't develop any of that. 22 was a well that couldn't continue drilling due to losses, so the remaining reserves of the owners of 22 will never recover what's north of that well.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I can just create one stand-up unit and 22 just gets left.
So if there was a stand-up 1280 consisting of 14 and 23, that would allow you to drill that northeastern well, right?
Yes.
And if there was a laydown 1280 consisting of 22 and 23, you could drill the southern well then, right?
Yes.
So my question is that what the commission should do?
As opposed to two separate units, it would be the solution I can see on that question. So one unit is the stand-up and one unit the laydown.
Yeah, are you opposed to that?
No.
Okay. And then the other question is for you and for Lawrence. The application requests the drilling of a multilateral horizontal well, so inferring that there's going to be one well drilled.
That's what I understood when I made the application. It was not until we started preparing the exhibits that I learned that it was going to be two wells as you just described in your questioning of Mr.
When do you
Woodland.
plan on, Conrad, when do you plan on drilling these wells?
If financing is all lined up, it would be planned to drill this year.
A rough time frame?
Fall.
Okay. So there would be time to make an application for, I would just, which well are you going to drill first?
That has not been discussed, but I would hope the one that is north-south, I would think, would be the first well, so coming off the Charbonneau.
So we could grant that in this application, but it would be on a 1280, and you can make an application for the southern 1280. Is that amenable?
I'll have to talk to my client. I will talk with my client and get back to you with an email or get back to the examiner with an email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the hearing for case number 31759. Case number 31674. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Danville, Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, to create and establish 5 19-20-acre space units comprised of sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 102 West. And 2, to create and establish 3 approximate 3,100-acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, and sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920 and approximate 3,100-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31674. Case number 31768, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcoa Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 19-20-acre space unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31768. Case number 31769, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alcobo Bakken Pool to establish a 25 60-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells, if such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 31769. Case number 31676. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ranch Coulee Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit and such further relief. This case has been continued to our July hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31676, and that concludes our hearings for the day.